This conference will now be recorded.
So,
can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have roll call now.
yes, ma'am. Mr. Bashir.
Here.
Mr. Kish.
Here.
Mr. Jensen.
Here.
Ms. Holloway.
Here.
And Ms. O'Connell.
Here.
And are you sure you have a report?
Okay. So the next item would be approval of the agenda.
I mean, Tony doesn't want to move something up quickly.
I'm sorry?
I said,
You don't wanna
normally,
move anything?
this is where you always go, I need to move this up, or.
If you want to, I don't. I'm
No.
fine. Not this time. Thank you, though.
Terry, right after this, I want to acknowledge the water thing.
I'll move we approve the agenda as circulated.
I'll second.
What about the new business?
What about it?
I mean, are those,
Yeah,
They're
they're
going
on
to be
there.
left on unless the board pulls them off.
Right.
okay.
So do we have any packet on any of the new business?
No.
All right, so that's,
You did get a letter of explanation from Mr. Lee explaining, you know, that number one, he wanted to compliment the utility plant for what they've done, or thank the board for the paving, and explain about the lift station.
my only concern is on this new business, if it's hard to discuss an item or take a vote on anything without some material information. And that's my concern. So is this,
Both requesters were sent your comments.
all right, so this is basically going to be comments, just longer than 3 minutes, Frank?
Yeah.
Steve? Where's Steve? Is he here?
In the back.
If that's all allowed, I guess, then there's to be a minute.
Well, how can we discuss something? I have nothing in front of me, like financials, I see financials. And you're gonna discuss financials in some way, and I'm not prepared. That's my only concern. So it might be you can address it, but I don't know if we can answer it.
I know, I read your email. It says that you need time to formulate rebuttals of anything that I, what was the word you used?
Well, it's basically questions, or if we have to vote on something. Well, I don't know the word
Sounds
that
like a
was
new
used.
rule to me, but go ahead with it. I don't know, in the past, has a person always been required to give you everything that they want to talk about in advance?
Any agenda item we have, we always have backup for it, so that we can be informed.
It's your meeting.
I have no problem with you speaking. I'm just saying, I don't know if we can respond or vote on anything if it requires that.
I got the letter from the attorney that tells me that unless I gave my stuff to you in advance, I wouldn't be allowed to be on the agenda. So I guess I'm not allowed.
Madam Chairman, I ask what letter from what attorney?
That was the opinion that you had given as far as adding things to the agenda. I mean, it wasn't a directive, but you said that it, you know, didn't have to be on the agenda.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't exactly what Mr. McNamee articulated. I'll read it verbatim. I think that'd be better for the record than Mr. McNamee's
If you got your
summary.
email, you
I'll
can.
find it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, what does the board feel?
I think we let him discuss what he wants to discuss. We're
That's
just
what I
not
feel.
going to,
Mhm.
we're not going to drone on for
Right,
a
yeah,
long
yeah,
time,
well-
but he can discuss it.
Yeah,
I'm not prepared to drone on.
Well, good. Well, then,
Yep, you succeeded then.
Are you prepared to discuss it?
After I got the message from Cal, I was told unless I gave this to you in advance once again, I wouldn't be allowed. So that's how I came here. That's how I'm prepared.
I don't think it was quite like that.
That's not what was stated. I'll find the email so that everyone can hear exactly what was.
I said I would put it on the agenda, the board could make that decision, but to keep it on or not, but the chair had expressed concern of not knowing in advance what is there and what's being presented, how factual or infactual it was.
So, and that's what we've done. We said it's okay, but you're saying you don't want to.
The rules change.
It's not rules, Steve,
Go ahead.
it's just
move
professional
on with your meeting. Just
courtesy.
move on with your meeting. It's your meeting, you control it.
There we go. Okay, so we'll scratch that item on the agenda. Under new business,
That was item
13A.
13A.
Yeah, this is a little.
Okay.
I believe, Sam, that was your.
I'll accept that as part of the motion.
And was there a second?
Yeah, Ray
Yes.
seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, Frank Lee, is it the same thing?
No, okay,
Oh.
you got a copy.
Oh,
got
I'm
a
sorry,
copy of
we
what
got
he
it
said.
later, so
We're
that's
good.
all right, okay, thank
We're
you.
good.
All right, so, all in favor?
We've
Aye.
already ayed it.
We did aye it? I don't remember aye it.
We're not
Aye.
ready for you.
No,
We're just approving the agenda.
and now Ray,
You're down the
you
list.
wanted to,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you wouldn't be here unless you were concerned citizens, and I'd like to recognize the staff at the water plant. This isn't about me. I was out in the swamps with Mitch and Bear last week to view the damage, which was scary. And I asked Mitch, the plant manager, 2 days ago if it would be okay if I acknowledged the staff, and he said yes. He wrote me an email describing what it was like to be one of these 5 gentlemen. And we have Bear, AJ, Kyle, Ozzy, and Mitch, the plant manager. And I was stunned. So I'd just like you to listen to this for a minute. It's from Mitch. Hello, Ray. Yes, I can have Bear there and as many of the service techs as you'd like. Bear stayed at POI during the entire storm. He actually slept on the floor. Myself and Kyle were on site by 9 to 10 p.m. We drove through 20 inches of water from Collier Seminole State Park on Route 41 to Port of the Islands. Route 41 was underwater the entire way. AJ, Doug, and Ozzy were on site Thursday morning, and Larry and Taryn on Friday. It was totally a team effort, from repairing water leaks to pumping down lift stations with generators, portable generators, to keeping the well field open, even with the, I forget the term he called, but it's terminal failure of a fixed generator, one, and a portable generator, one of ours. These are giant generators on trailers. So the permanent generator wiped out. That runs all of our water to this whole place. They brought out a portable, it wiped out. To keep the well field open even with the failure of 2 generators. The first generator failed at 8 p.m. on Saturday night, and we were in the well field until 1 a.m. in pitch black, up to their butts in cold water, changing out generators in literally water that was 6 inches above my knees. The second generator failure was at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, and we were back out and changing them until 11 p.m. The ground storage tank got down to 7 feet at one point. I don't care about recognition, but I do appreciate it if the community knows that we are serious about the utility and what we do. I personally answered every call and text from POI residents before, during, and after the hurricane. Also, twice I was contacted about the lift station that the controller failed on. We were on site within 15 minutes of the first call each time. We are replacing that controller today, which was yesterday. I also feel they need to know that you and Sam, Cal and David all spoke and texted with me daily, hourly, the entire time. I have other utilities that I manage, and I have never heard a word from a board member. At the end of the day, we were just doing our job, and we are very happy to do so. Thank you.
Very simple.
Stand up, John.
On the board.
Next item is audience comments on agenda items. Are there any?
Look at the list.
There's someone online. Okay, person online, can you identify yourself?
I think they muted.
They muted?
I think they didn't realize they had a microphone.
Oh, okay.
The red, I think, is muted.
Yes, red is mute. Let's see, was that?
Hello?
Mr.
Oh, there we
Yes,
go.
can you want to have a comment on the agenda items?
Yeah, this is Frank and Peggy Kozlowski. We were in the parking lot when we discovered a screw in our tire. So we are on our way to get the tire fixed. We wanted to ask questions about the drainage, storm drainage issues on the agenda. Is this a time when we do it, or should we wait until the engineer talks about it?
Let's see.
That's on
It's on an agenda item, it's part of the
AI 81.
engineer's report.
Part of his report.
If you want to allow people to speak on that, then she could speak after she hears what his comments are.
Okay, how do you feel about allowing that?
They're in their car getting a flat tire fixed.
Yeah, but to speak at the time of the engineer's
Or
report,
now.
other than now.
Yeah, why don't you let them sit? They got enough problems with it.
I say let them speak
Let them
now.
speak now, yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Can you speak now?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to say also, the audio, when a lot of people talk at the same time, it's very difficult to hear other people speak. So it's, I just thought I'd make that comment. But anyway, Frank is working on the tire. We just had, we just wanted the engineer to comment on the update on the storm drainage issues, apparently more than just at my house. And also we would like to know who paid for the repairs on 159 Windward K, because we have been paying for our repairs since the day we moved in 2011. So if that's something that he can address, and hopefully we get a tire fixed pretty quickly and we can be back at the meeting.
Okay, so you reside at 159 Wynwood K?
No, we're at 135. We're the ongoing problem.
Where?
135.
You're 135 Wynwood?
Correct. And I see that on the agenda is 159 Windward. So we just wanted an update on what was going on in general. We just got back down here last week, and just wanted to know who paid for the repairs to 159.
Okay, all right. We'll make sure we address that at the time.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And hopefully we can get back to the meeting.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there any other audience comments on the agenda?
We have Mr. McKinney, and he wanted to wait until the item was discussed. Mrs. Reed, who also wanted to wait until the item was discussed. Julian DeLeon, and the resident of the Port of the Islands. The address is just Port of the Islands, and it's 6A, utility
6A?
operations. Mr. DeLeon, are you here? Right here. Okay, did you want to speak now?
He wants to speak on 6A, he said.
6A, right?
Yes.
Are you on 6A now?
No,
No.
not on it. So you would like to wait until after his report?
I would think that's the way the normal agenda proceeds.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
I don't want to circumvent any of your policies.
No, that's
that's
correct.
No, that's all right.
Wait till 6A.
Yeah.
Well, again, you're letting somebody speak during a
These are
business
agenda
item
items.
of the board.
That's right.
But you can do
That's
that.
right, that's right,
Yeah.
No, after we discuss it, then he can discuss it.
right.
Okay.
Okay, any others?
We have a non-agenda item from, Steve McNamee.
Got handouts for everybody. 2 months ago, I came in here and I talked about ethics, about O&Ms, ERCs, and so whatnot, and it was relayed that my son had gone up and I was being all taken care of and so forth. This is the last page on your 2023 budget. If you go down to the particular property that ends in 108, that's the property that we were talking about. If you look at what the impact is after I spent $3,000 transferring ERCs from one property to another, this is how it ended up. Are you aware of this, Madam Chairman?
Was this produced before or after?
Well, it was produced when you adopted the assessment methodology.
Right, but he
And
moved,
this was with the budget you.
yeah, but he moved some years.
No, what was proposed, it
Right.
was reduced, but it was still an increase in what he had. And I think Supervisor LaShure was the one who suggested it, or maybe that it be reduced from what was proposed by the consultant.
I saw this too, and I asked about it because I thought that was his concern after the meeting. He brought it up at. We dropped it, we voted to drop it on Wire wanted to raise his parcel A by 2 points. I made a motion to lower it, and we all voted on it to lower it. But I don't see it either. I didn't see it either.
No, it was more than.
Go out, man.
Are you?
Can you mute them?
Can you mute, please?
Thanks.
There we go.
Well, not only that, but I transferred over 8 ERCs at a cost of $3,100.
Yeah.
Right.
This reflects that I'm still paying those 10 utility ERCs.
And that should have moved.
That should have moved.
And this is what is on your,
This is
Tax bill?
a category.
Yeah.
And if that's not your property, then.
This is my property.
No, but we
no,
mean.
if it's wrong, we'll find out whose property it should be on and
That's
we'll
correct.
Because
transfer.
the parcel B transfer was before this.
Right.
So what he's saying is, I think, the 8 ERCs that went to parcel B aren't reflected in the 23 budget. Neither is the 2 ERCs that Wire wanted to increase
Right.
that we voted to reduce.
Right, so the parcel right after this is parcel B on this list?
Yes, I think so. I think it was split. He had, I am not prepared to address this. If
Right.
it's sent to me, we can research it.
Yeah.
But from what I recall, and I could be wrong, is that he had increased both on A and B to 12, and you decreased it to 9, but it was still an increase over what was prepared or presented before.
I think we're talking two different
different
things.
things.
Yeah, it's 2 different things.
Yeah.
That's the O&M
Right.
ERUs.
This is the ERC.
He's talking about the ERCs, didn't change it.
He
He's
went from
absolutely
10 down
right.
to 2.
If his ERCs were $14,030 in 2022, they're still the same in 2023. He should only have 2 ERCs on that property.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Sanchez has 18 ERCs, so
Right.
it's not reflected here. in the water and sewer assessment. That needs to change.
We also took into
At the
account
last
a
meeting, though,
conservation
we
easement.
talked about ERUs.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess,
Right,
I
right,
think he's
but that
talking
was
about
before that.
ERC.
well, I think
Before
we
that.
made for the record, and for the minutes, I think whenever you say ERC, I suggest we always add the word utility
Utility.
in front of
Thank
that. And I think, that's what,
So
I'm actually talking about both.
okay, well, but I think Mr.
We
LaShure
didn't
was
change
supposed
the-
to talking about
We didn't
utility.
change the ERUs.
Right, but
I don't think
what I
so.
think he's
Yes, we
saying
did.
is that it wasn't split. No, the ERCs never changed.
No, they
The
didn't.
utility, ERCs, never changed.
Right.
They weren't looked at, they weren't changed, they
No,
were
no,
exactly.
No.
what they
No, but
were.
what
Didn't he
he's saying
transfer
is-
ER utilities over to the other lot?
Correct.
The-
And he's
I
not
will
being
check
billed
on
like
Yeah.
that, okay.
That's not
the
reflected in
assessment.
the water and sewer fiscal year 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, that just needs to be changed to Mr. Sanchez's lot, the 8 the utility ERCs that were changed over.
Right.
These need to be reflected in
Down.
Mr. Sanchez and taken off Mr. Legan's. But we did raise his O&M ERUs were slightly increased.
By wire, right.
Sam, just for a correction, I'm not Mr. Levy.
I'm sorry, Mr. McNamee.
I know you want to tie me to him, but
I'm
I'm Steve.
sorry, just,
But if you look at if you do the breakdown on the O&Ms also, it was supposed to be for 6 O&Ms, correct?
I don't know the number
No,
off the top of
9,
my
no.
head.
Nine.
it was 9. It was
And
originally
that's what
12.
wire raised it to, right?
Yes. You raised it to 12.
You raised it to 12,
and
we
you
lowered it.
decreased
We
to 9.
decreased it by 2.
If he's only got,
Yeah.
he's only got 1.78.
You need to really go back and look at the numbers, because what you're talking about isn't true.
Where's wire's report?
What I would suggest,
Wires report.
Here again, I brought this up
was-
2 months ago. You helped create this, correct? I
No.
brought this to your attention 2 months
No,
ago.
I didn't help create this. Management company did this.
I thought you were the accountant that worked with him on this.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, no, she's not an accountant, she's the chair of the board. She does that
I don't do
voluntarily.
the accounting for the
You're not
CID.
responsible, okay?
Okay.
Wait, Tony, we cut you off. What were you going to
no,
say?
what I would suggest is that now that we have some information, which Mr. McNamee could have provided by email
Right.
earlier, I think that the board would ask Cal to go back and check
Yeah.
the record as far as the utility ERC transfers that the board approved, taking some off of one property, putting them on
Putting it
another
on the
property.
12.
And also go back and relook at the actual adopted assessment methodology report that Russ Wire prepared,
Yeah.
and then report back to the board. And if I recall correctly, and I have to go back and look at the resolution where the board adopted the assessments, so, you know, at the time they adopted the budget and the assessments, I think first of all, the assessment roll has already been transmitted to the tax collector and property appraiser, I assume.
Yeah, I think it's a
So there's a
timing.
correction
Yeah.
process that's available by statute, and if I recall correctly, I think it also provides, under certain circumstances, for the manager to make certain corrections to the roll. So I think that time is important, because when
Absolutely.
the actual bills go out, we can always do corrections afterwards too. There's a separate form that Department of Revenue has, but to avoid any confusion. I think the cleanest one is the utility ERC, well, both of them. We have the records as to the utility ERC transfer. To whatever extent that board adopt the assessment methodology with any adjustments for this property, that would all be on the record. And then I think we'll report back to the board at the next meeting and also advise Mr. McNamee as to the results of whatever Cal finds out.
Right. And this is not a tax bill.
No, I know
This
it isn't.
is reflecting.
It was just a budget
I mean, if
item,
there's
right.
2 in that category, that doesn't mean that's how the assessment was administered.
Yeah, well, that's why we're
It's
going to
showing how
research
much
it.
money you're going to generate
Yeah.
to support your budget.
Yeah, but I'm sure these numbers are on your tax bill in the
Right.
assessment, weren't they, Steve?
Sure.
So that's
So
gotta get
probably-
changed.
That's gotta be changed.
Yeah, it's definitely not right.
Sure.
And there is a correction process in the statute.
Okay, Russ?
And when you look at the O&Ms, we weren't gonna charge them O&Ms on the conservation part of this
Right.
property.
We talked about that.
And
too.
I think that's still on there too.
No, we did.
No, that's
reduce
why it
it.
went
Yeah,
down
we reduced
We
it.
reduced them because I
from
believe.
12 to 9.
Yes, the gentleman asked.
Let me
for
see what was
12.
actually assessed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know what was approved, it was based on, what was presented. I think it was 1.93 acres. And, that was applied to 4 per acre assessment. And I think it came out to 9, but, you know, I don't have those records in front of me.
He brought it up, we discussed it, it was a conservation easement, so we did deduct.
Yeah, we did.
We will have a response, probably no later than next Wednesday. You know,
Okay.
Weekend, I don't get back till late.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
And I'll, if there is a correction or whatever we find out, I'll share with the board and I'll let Mr. McNamee know.
Yeah, or when you write him, copy us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only one, people that have signed up for either agenda or non-agenda items. Is there anyone online that wanted to talk about a non-agenda item? Okay. I think we're ready to move on, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Next item would be the approval of the minutes, meeting minutes. The first one would be the continued meeting of September 2nd. And does anybody have any changes?
You had presented changes that Mr. Pierce had put in, and we have as a handout, and it was sent to you earlier, the minutes with his changes. So those are the ones that you'd be considering.
Right.
Yeah, because I didn't find anything wrong. Anybody else? No?
Need a motion?
Yeah, so
Yes.
we moved to accept the minutes from the continuation meeting of September 2nd.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who made the motion? I just heard the second.
I made the motion.
Okay.
And now on to September 16th minutes. Does, see that, I see that. I see. Oh, yes, I'm in there, yeah.
One thing that I don't see reflected here, when we came back from the 15-minute break on the sale of parcel 13, we had a discussion about the second violation of 163, the violation of the swale in the rear of the property. I don't see that.
Was it at that time?
Yeah, it was right after we came back when you all were signing all the forms.
What about line 55?
Yeah, was this it, right here?
56.
Oh, 57, okay.
Yeah.
So that's there.
No, this was, no, that is, that's for the violation of the easement between 162 and 163. Then we had a discussion as far as the violation in the rear of the property.
Right.
Yeah, we did. It was under the engineer's report, I thought.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely rewrote that section. She had a hard time following it.
Yeah.
And it starts with the description on line 57, and then I thought I covered it pretty good. Am I wrong? If they're your minutes, so if you need them changed, tell me.
There was a discussion on the pipe in the back, because there was a code violation.
I thought we had that. Well, you basically, what you told Mr. Meese is that he needed to submit a easement use agreement, which I believe you have. Okay.
Just got this far.
Yeah, so but it was part of this meeting.
Right. Okay, I can add that. How would you like to?
I think it was under the engineer's report that it came
Well,
up.
that's right where we
Yeah.
are.
So,
Yeah, that's fine. You can add it under the engineer's report. It's right.
Yeah, we can amend it.
Just
and
say there was a
include it
brief
there.
discussion.
Brief discussion about,
The swale issue and at the rear of 163 Sunset Way.
So there was discussion on the rear lot of 163, and the board requested a easement use agreement before any more work was done. Is that
did we on that?
No,
No,
just,
because if there was a code violation,
there was a code violation. It's already been formed.
yeah.
It's already been, I believe, right, David?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did we not write up a code violation for the rear easement violation at 163?
Yes, we did.
Okay. But we discussed, and that was it. And we told him there was no use agreement. He was going to do a use agreement for that.
so discussion on rear lot encroachment
Right.
on 163 Sunset K, and which is a code violation, and the Mr. Beast was to submit a
Use
a
agreement.
use agreement. So does that work?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Fine.
So, do we have a motion to accept the minutes? Is
Motion
that-
to accept.
As
As
amended.
As amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes.
I'm sorry, I missed the, I was writing.
I made the
You
motion.
made the motion.
I
Sam
second. I seconded
It passed.
the amended minute.
Okay. And I think I heard everyone, Mr. Issue, okay.
Yeah.
All in favor. All right.
Now we have utility operations, the plant
Pitch.
operation report.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
I think the ladies in my office inverted the numbers again, which I apologize on the water and the wastewater. But we made 2.6 million gallons of water last month. We treated a little over 1.5 million gallons of wastewater, and we distributed 4 million gallons of reuse, which is down just a little bit from the prior month.
That was
On the
almost down.
items requiring approval, the fire pump station on the canal, we know that's an ongoing thing, discussion. The panels for lift stations 4 and 6, 4 got an upgrade due to Hurricane Ian yesterday, so maybe that one worked itself out as well. In compliance, the wastewater plant, we were in compliance the whole month. The water treatment plant, we were in compliance the whole month. The reuse pump station is operating correctly. Our chlorine usage is down just a little, about 120 gallons. We had 4 complaints for high water usage, which we went out and did a meter research and was able to show the resident that it was actual water being used. Preventative maintenance, we did all of our monthly lift station checks. Everything was good. We replaced that pump that the board was aware of at the end of Case Drive. No odor complaint. Actually, I did have one odor complaint. It wasn't last month. It was this month. But that is taken care of. We increased the air at the plant. The security cameras, they've been completed for a few months now. They're working good. Hurricane Ian, we had no damage at the plant. The well field was on generator as of yesterday. We got it back online yesterday. So LCEC was able to get out there and get the poles repaired, get the wires up yesterday, which was great. We did have a catastrophic failure on the permanent generator.
That's the word I was looking
That's the
for.
word you
In the
wanted.
well field. And then when that happened, we towed one of your generators out there, but it just was not big enough to keep up with it. So it would run one well pump, but not two. So after several days, we had to get a bigger one and take it out there. The lift stations, we had a controller on lift station 4 that failed during the storm. And then we were without power for a few days, but we pumped those out with generators. We did have some washouts in the well-filled road. The whole road was underwater from the time you take the turn all the way back to 2 miles. There's one pretty good section, several hundred feet, that the water was just rolling across and it washed it out. We had to get 3 triaxle loads of gravel put in there so that LCEC could get in there and do their work. And we appreciate you guys thanking us, but the residents came up to us the whole time that we were out here working, offering us drinks and food, and everybody was great, even when they didn't have power. So it was a team effort here with everybody. So that pretty much sums it up for us.
How was the flooding in the plant? Because I drove back there.
No
It
flooding.
was bad.
In the plant was 0 up to the plant. It kind of came across the field, but it never came into the plant at all.
Wow, 'cause it was deep.
It was deep,
That
yeah.
lot.
Yep, absolutely.
Mitch, can you get back, can you email me those numbers?
Absolutely.
Revised numbers?
Yep.
Mitch, can I ask you a couple of questions since this all came up?
Yep.
I think you're talking to FEMA about the generator, the fixed generator.
Okay.
But the lift stations, that's on the CIP report. They're like, the county told me they're 30 years old. What's the life expectancy of those, or do you just rebuild them all the time?
I would say 30 years is a very good life expectancy. Your stuff, I think we've talked about it before. There were several lift stations that somewhere along the line in the early 2000s were built with, instead of like a standardized controller, they were done by KW Controls, which is no longer in business. It was a PLC with his program. And when those fail, there isn't a fix, or at least not one that is cost effective in any way. So we've been switching those out as we go to MPE controllers. They're just a standardized controller that anybody can buy right from MPE in Apopka, Florida. So that's what you guys are running with now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch, it's pretty much the electrical components and so forth that have that 30-year life. But the wet well itself with some rehab and so forth, we can probably extend the life of that a little bit longer.
Well, that's good.
Sure, yeah, I'm thinking above ground.
Yeah. It is amazing. I'm going to tell you, when we were driving out there, and you told me during Irma, you walked out there in the middle of the night alone, and the water was up to your waist because the power went out, and you saw a pair of eyes. That was it for me.
That was Irma.
I said, this guy's out of his mind.
Yeah, that was Irma. But the
Oh,
water,
my
the
God.
water is worse now, it seems like. In Irma, it went down right away. This time the
This
water
one it
stayed.
didn't.
Yeah.
Well, this was all about water.
Yeah, it does point a problem that, the state brought to us. They said they wanted to put some culverts in the road, and they're gonna rebuild the road because of the increased flows that's going from north to south for restoration of those wetlands. And, it's, I don't know if it's Mitch or David, one told me, they said they've never seen water on parcel 13 flooding or the.
I've never
gun
seen it. I've been here
And
20
it
years.
did this time, and I think it's because of the increased water flows.
Yeah.
And so, we're looking, we've been communicating with the state on this. But if there's something that can be done, we want to include that in the FEMA request.
For sure.
Along with the new generator and several other things. But the other thing that I want to make sure that we do, you don't have, most of your system, your drainage system is all open ditch. It's an open system. But anything that is not open, we'd like to get that televised and charge that to FEMA also.
And it just seems like when they did the Grand Strand restoration down here and they wanted to increase the sheet flow going, it's like they figured it out up there, but they really didn't think too much about what could possibly happen to the Port of the Islands, especially at our wellheads, when they increased the sheet flow down our way. It was like they didn't really think about that. And
Neither did
now
they didn't know either.
well, I know that, but now we're paying the consequences for that.
But I know between the old Marco Road and our entrance, there must be 16 pipes they put in under the highway, but they were small pipes.
You see the new one they're putting in now?
Oh, yeah, it's huge.
They're
Oh,
putting
it's
in all
humongous.
brand new ones.
Yeah.
I talked to Lisa Keeler from South Florida Water. She's in charge of the Big Cypress Basin. And I've been talking to her. And she said, well, it's not really, she's been very nice. It's not really from the Picayune Strand project. I said, of course it is. I said, it has to be. There's no fence between Picayune and Fakahatchee. I said, and the sheet flow's doing what you said it was going to do, but it's doing it too well. She said we had heavy rain. We weren't here, but she said it was heavy rain 2 weeks before. And I said, and it's 90 degrees, so it should have, evaporated. And she said that's the reason for the flooding. I really, I don't see that. I think it's a way bigger problem.
I don't think so either. I
And
think
those
the state's gotta
culverts-
be accountable.
There's got to be more, bigger, and quick. That's 2 miles of dam right now. We were out there 2 weeks after the storm in a quad, and the dam water was flowing over the stuff that he fixed like a river 2 weeks later.
Hey, Mitch,
Yes.
the, over on the Newport side, the first, street that's over there with houses on it, I don't know, what is that, Morningstar K or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morningstar K? There's been flooding in that ditch in the front. At
Yeah.
the end of the cul-de-sac, what's that?
It's the auto flusher that runs.
It's a what?
An auto flusher, you have them at the end of each
Floods that
road.
whole area like that?
Yeah, it floods that guy.
I saw it 2 times now,
Yeah.
yeah. I just wondered if there was a leak.
The next question I had, the failure of the pumping station at the end of Stella Maris North and K's. The alerting system.
So everything is tied through the PLC or was on that station before. So one time the power went out and it caused everything. We didn't get an alarm. We didn't know until we got a call. But that was the second time. Because we had a workaround. So when the PLC failed, we actually connected the motor starters to a mechanical float and kind of worked around PLC just to turn the pumps on and off of the mechanical until we could get the new controller. So that was correct. We put those new controllers. I did that one yesterday. We actually did the other one on Stella Maris South. We just upgraded them both to the MPE.
My question was, is there a backup system to alert you if we lose the power, et cetera, so that you guys know that the lift stations are down?
There is no battery backup.
Do they make one?
Do they make
Yes,
one?
they make stuff, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it really is not that expensive. That's something I can have you a price the next board meeting if you want.
We should just do them. How many don't have one? I know this one does. This is a lot newer, but I'm pretty sure I've seen this one go off.
This one alarms, they
Yeah.
all alarm,
Yeah.
but they don't send any kind of remote signal.
Oh, I see, to the plant.
So, yes, exactly.
That's what I was,
Yeah, that's what you're asking.
that's what I'm asking about, is something that fails safe to make sure you guys know when a problem occurs.
Battery
Absolutely,
backup.
that can be added.
'Cause it'll
Yeah, we
save
need to
time.
do that now.
Whether it's radio or cellular, yes, there are options.
We need to do that.
Terry, you might want to ask Frank if he wants to.
Other question,
Not
you
right now.
received,
We have more
email,
speakers in this.
as far as the
Then they're worrying
boring
about
in the system.
After Mr.
Battery
Dion
backup.
talks, I'll be glad to answer any questions the board has.
Okay.
That's all motion in the back.
Yeah, but he'll have a chance, but we have
All
4
right.
speakers. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we have, I believe, 4 speakers, and I think Frank wants to talk also, but who's the first
Well, on
speaker?
this item, Mr. DeLeon had requested,
Yes,
but the others were on other items.
they weren't on this one, you told
Let
me?
Frank speak.
Let Frank.
Come on, Frank.
Well, what about the other people who signed up?
Explain it, but
We're okay.
it's only one person, Terry.
Come on, Frank.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I wouldn't. I very much appreciate the opportunity to address the board on behalf of our 84 unit owners and our residents. You need to give Mitch a raise and buy him a red convertible.
Convertible's coming.
And that needs to be done now, but it needs to be a four-wheel drive convertible, obviously, so he can get out where he needs to go.
I know, it says Kenworth on it, I don't know.
We sincerely thank you, sir, and your staff.
No problem.
No, it's real quickly, just a couple of comments. We have a special interest in your system. It seems that where our little community and the CID come together, we intersect in many ways. One of them is right now, the backup alert system that you don't have is when our residents call me and say, I've got stuff coming out of my toilet.
Yep.
Mitch and his people go down because they're smart, but what if they can't get here? And they go down and manually turn off the other two stations, which continue to pump stuff up to this station. And so your backup system, I'm suggesting that the emergency overflow for the system should not be the lower floor units of the village of Stella Maris North. That's not acceptable. Number two, I was thrilled when I found out that the old proprietary system and proprietary software has been replaced with new stuff, and they were out there yesterday. Thank you. That's fantastic. We had two engineers who happen to be residents and a former county inspector that wrote reports, and their input that I want to pass on was, one of them said something about the need for a backup on the notification. The other one was to make a protocol to ensure that those other two units do shut down. Because if you keep pumping it up there while this one's down, we're going to have problems. Again, we're going to be your overflow. And then the other one is one we'd like to request. Mitch and his people are out there at 2 o'clock in the morning doing a tough job, and lightning is not something you play with. They're out there when the lightning is out there. They are next to a big, tall aluminum pole. I get that. But that notification system, I'm told, can also notify somebody else. And I'm suggesting you have an on-call person or some kind of a thing. I would like, since our community is directly affected, until we get all these other things in place, these backups and other things, I would like to request an email notification or a phone call or something so that we can notify our 84 residents, do not
Flush the
flush the
toilet.
toilet. Do not run showers in the upstairs. Stop.
Yeah.
And we can then go monitor the units that are vacant. And this is just good community working together. It wouldn't cost a lot of money. And I would say if Mitch and his folks can go out and wade through that stuff in the lightning, it's not too much trouble for somebody else to wake up out of their bed, go to a computer and go click and make a phone call. Or you put me on auto dial, I'll do it. But that was it. And the last comment was something I know nothing about. The engineers would, but one of our engineers said something about if you do rework the thing, about sealed and non-sealed piping down there, and the old pipes are not sealed, with this increased water flow and stuff, you're going to get more water in there, and it's going to create more problem. I have no idea if that's accurate or not, but I want to pass along. So we thank sincerely the clean for their job. I'm saying to you today, this is an emergency. This can't wait. We almost had a couple of real disasters. One person came to me for my final comment and said, look at the requirements on cleaning this stuff up. From my work in West Virginia, I was familiar with floods. This is worse than hurricane. This is worse than flood. If it touches sheetrock, you cut out the wall, X number of thing up. If it's on carpet, you don't clean it, you rip the carpet out. I mean, the requirements to meet public health code on this stuff are significant. So I'm saying, in our view, you're our partner. We want to work with you in a positive way, but until we get all these things done, let's declare an emergency and make sure we take care of everybody. And again, Mitch, thank you. Thank you very much for your.
Frank, let me interrupt one thing. Mitch, while you're here, Mitch, do they make something like what he's asking about?
Yes, they make as simple cellular or advanced radio as you'd like. And they make it, not only will it call out, but if that station goes into an alarm, it can send a signal to the other two, telling those two to shut off.
That's what we need. Cellular, I think, because it's the most common medium, but I think that's what we need.
Correct.
And we need to fix it.
And again, this is why I appreciate the opportunity.
as to have this input, have this dialogue with you. I hope it's been a constructive one, and I thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, should we, do we need a motion to
Have him do that,
yeah.
get quotes and stuff?
Sure.
One thing I'll interject is if you shut down the other two pump stations, you're gonna affect all the other residents in the community also.
But you can't make them suffer like that.
You will affect all the other residents that go into those two pump stations. They will back up in turn.
Okay, well, we're gonna have you guys look at it, and, well, I agree with him, that's where it all ends up. So I'd like to get on that, you and Mitch get together and figure out how fast we can make that happen.
But what he's saying, if you shut down the other two,
Oh, no, I know, but that was just a suggestion from a neighbor.
Not only is telemetry maybe a part of the equation, but perhaps if we do have power outages and so forth, maybe we need to look at a emergency generator there that's on standby all the time, 24/7. Again, those are things that we need to explore. We just can't make a decision probably today on that.
Right.
And some of this may be actually, there may be some federal grants and so forth related to the storm event itself, some hazard mitigation grants and so forth that are out there.
Can't be that many watts to run one of those, is it?
That station's fairly big, so it's probably a 45 kW generator, I
That's
would
big.
think. But
That's
if
super
we,
big.
if we get a backup alarm, such as cellular, to the alarm that's already there, I would hope that, I mean, in the 6 or 7 years I've been here, this is the first time we've ever had an issue.
Yeah.
And it was right after the hurricane.
Right.
So I would hope that with a cellular or some sort of telemetry, that would be the insurance that we would need to.
that's the way to avoid
Point
it.
of clarification, you're not suggesting that you not shut down the other two in the interim to get this fixed, are you?
I'm just saying, when you shut down those two pump stations, you affect all those other residents.
And if I'm correct, and I believe that I am, if you don't, then their stuff is gonna come up and our units become your overflow. If you do that, then I guess I'd have to say, don't take this the wrong way. We're gonna hold you responsible if you don't shut those down and you pump. We're not gonna be your overflow basin for sewage.
Frank, let us handle it. We have a large engineering company and very professional people. It's gonna get fixed
I
correctly.
appreciate that sincerely, but what I'm saying is, when I walk back there, Mitch, everybody said we would shut them down during this emergency, and then your good engineer suggested you not shut them down. I'm simply saying, as a matter of clarification, somebody's gonna pay for that if all their stuff comes into our units. We can't be the overflow basin.
You're not going to be. We're gonna
Okay,
fix it.
thank you.
As far as a motion, you've heard, both Mitch and David have heard the issue. They're going to bring something back to you next month,
Cellular.
a summary of everything, so you don't need a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we
So
gotta-
Mitch, whatever it takes to make that right and bring it up to 2023.
I'll get work. Yes, sir.
This is probably a stupid question, but say the pump goes bad, you get backup pumps for all those, right?
I do, so you have 2 pumps in there, they alternate back and forth. If one fails, the other one, it automatically kicks in, and we check them weekly, and I have a backup for all your pumps.
One last question. If there's a failure in the one at Stella Maris, the one that we're talking about, and then the other two, how long does it take before the other two start causing a problem at the villages?
So the other 2 do accelerate the problem because they pump into the collection system of the front one, so it is a.
Pretty
problem.
quick.
That's why our number one thing, when we had a problem with that, we went and turned the other 2 off, just so we stopped that, because they had plenty of room. But again, like I said, in the 6 or 7 years I've been here, usually the alarm goes off, somebody calls us, we come fix it. It's never an issue. But this time it was an issue.
Okay.
No, I agree with alerting the residents, and I like the idea of cellular. I agree with what they're saying, and they're being proactive. Let's fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Dave, as far as looking for a grant, would your company do that?
Yeah, that's things that we can get involved with, yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Can we
Becoming
link it
an
into
expert
FEMA?
lately on,
That's what we said.
FEMA assistance and state grants and all that kind of
This is the
stuff.
time to ask, yeah.
See with my Sanibel experience right now.
Yeah.
FEMA's all over the place and they've got checkbooks. They say now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
And a big
There-
check.
There more than likely will be some matching funds required, but it's not a straight 100% funding.
Key.
That would help. We
Okay.
had another speaker in this section.
Yes, Mr. Leon. Good morning, my name is Julian Leon, I'm a resident.
You have to come up closer to the
This way it is.
speaker.
Yep.
Mike.
All right, good morning, my name is Julian Leon, I'm a resident at the Port of the Islands, I live here full-time. Regarding the last matter, which I didn't come here for, but I will tell you, it's common practice to shut off the two inputs to the primary lift station so that you can gain time and make necessary repairs. That is a common practice. The question is, how long can you go with those pumps off without creating spillages, as Mr. Schmidt suggested? So that's a simple test. You turn them off, you see how long it takes for the level to come up, and then you make a determination on that matter. So it's not an uncommon practice to do what the gentleman in the back suggested. But of course, also providing an auxiliary pump station would also provide a level of redundancy. That's not necessarily why I'm here today. I do want to, first of all, acknowledge that your utility team did an excellent job during the hurricane, okay? Perfect job. One thing that was probably not mentioned is I think they strategically dropped your water pressure to reduce the loading on the wastewater system, so that way we would not be generating as much wastewater, which had to be repumped, therefore requiring more generators and more trips. I think that was a good strategic play. I'm here to commend them on that front, but on a different matter, which brings me here today, at least twice, as a full-time resident, I've experienced low chlorine residual on my home. Okay, that's caused me to kind of sort of look around, because Florida Code, under Florida Administrative Code 62-555, requires utility operations to maintain a minimum residual for a chloramine system of 0.6. Okay? For matters of understanding for the board, the 0.6 is minimum. And the reason for chlorine in the water is to ensure that we don't have any bacteriological activity in the water. All right? We want to disinfect the water. We want to make sure it's safe when we drink it. And when the chlorine's dropping out to negligible levels, if not at all missing completely from the water, then it puts everybody in a pickle. Now, I'm not here to assign blame. I'm just here raising my hand saying there's a problem. I don't know where that problem lies, okay? But here's the thing, and I haven't had the benefit of looking at your water distribution system, but the main trunk line, I'm thinking, goes right down Newport. And then from there, you likely have feeders going into the buildings and the roads. At the dead ends of the system, you could end up with lack of chlorine if you don't exercise enough flushing. You know, I'm looking for solutions. I'm looking for solutions. You have a district engineer. There could be some water quality modeling. There could be some additional sampling that could be done. But as a resident, when I start seeing low chlorine levels in the water, and I start getting a little concerned.
Let me ask you a question. I know you know what you're talking about, and you work for the county. I know that. And I wondered that myself. What we have here is a lot of residents that are only here 3 months out of the year on both sides of the road, or 4 months out of the year. And I don't know the answer to this. Is it a function that there's not enough water flowing to the dead ends, or like if the hotel's empty in the summer? Is the lack of chlorine level because of the lack of flow?
I don't think there's a problem with your water treatment plant. You're likely coming out of there hot. But the further you get away from that water treatment plant, the water quality starts aging. That's where the water quality modeling comes in through your engineering firm telling you, you know, these are problem areas that you maybe need to implement some automatic flushers.
I see.
There may be the opportunity to utilize some of that flush water and tie it back to your irrigation through a double detector check, where you could reclaim the water rather than dump it in the ditch. I mean, I get it. Water is a commodity. We don't want to treat it and then dump it. That's wasteful, right? Furthermore, they have to do an annual water supply report that they have to account for all this flush water. it's not a good situation, and I'm gonna be the first one to tell you that I recognize the problem in maintaining water quality, water chemistry, and water age inside a pipeline, right? It can easily turn on you, especially when you're adding ammonia, because the chlorine gets spent, but the ammonia remains as an inorganic agent. And then you could end up with something called denitrification in the pipeline, which really degrades the water, you know? So I think your main trunk lines are likely okay. The feeder lines coming off that go into the hotel and the buildings, they're likely having problems. On a separate matter, and again, I'm not here assigning blame to anybody. These are just observations, right? So whenever there's a problem, the water is getting flushed at my backflow. Well, when it gets flushed at the backflow, it's going through my meters, so I'm financially responsible for that. Okay? So the district is flushing water through my backflow to maintain water quality that you're required to maintain through Florida Administrative Code. But I believe I'm getting billed for that water, unless they're tallying every meter, because it's not just my meter. They're also flushing at all my neighbors' meters, right next to the backflow. And I think the backflow is after the meter, so all that water is being registered as consumed water, and then I get a bill from the district office where, well, wait a minute, you might have high water use, but what about all the flushing that you just moved through my backflow? So this boils down to someone sitting down, analyzing your water distribution system, identifying the dead ends, coming up with a flushing program, maybe adding some additional sampling locations. But as a resident, you know, we're a little behind. If I've got to raise my hand and say, hey guys, I think I'm running low chlorine. Okay. I mean, again, I'm not here to assign blame. I think operations and engineering need to work together to work through this. But you know, we've got to stay compliant with the permit. And this time I provided a courtesy notice to the district. I also notified the DEP that there was a lack of chlorine. They came out and they tested. The hotel was just over 0.9. 0.6 is the minimum. And DEP came 3 days after I notified them, and they were just at 0.9. But at the back end of Newport, there was massive flooding, massive flushing taking place where the dishes were just full of water. So, you know, that just indicates to me that you flushed it, you got ahead of it. I commend you for that. I appreciate taking action. But it's something we need to stay on top of because it's our drinking water supply. I want to say it one last time. If we start seeing low chlorine levels, there could be bacteriological activity in the water. Right? I don't want to be drinking water that's going to make me nervous.
You know, it's funny on the flip side of that. It really is kind of funny. When we did, after your first recommendation, when they did, I think you call it a burn, and they did it, I believe, for 30 days. I don't know what the chlorine level is with a burn, but I'm going to tell you something. You cannot imagine the number of calls we got. My water tastes like pee. What's going on? I can't find toilets tonight. Everybody was up in arms about the chlorine levels.
That was the correct decision to make that free burn.
Right. But I'm just saying it's a delicate balance.
I'm not here to assign blame. I think as a board, you need to look at your district engineer, identify these dead ends, work with your operator, figure out what we need to do to mix things up, because I don't want to come back here in 3 months.
Yeah.
One last thing. It would be great if some of these meetings were held in the evening. I have to work for a living. So I have to take off work to come here and talk to you all. So it makes it hard. Maybe I see the convenience here, but maybe one meeting every 3 months, an evening meeting. I promise I would show up because I do see a lot of things of interest. So just please take that into consideration, and let's see how we move forward from here. I'm not here to assign blame. I'm just concerned.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I need input.
I have one
Mitch.
question though, this backflow, like in our residence, how much water is?
So Mr. DeLeon is correct. So back in the spring, he called us with low chlorine at his residence. We went out and we flushed. We flushed through the backflows, and he is correct in that I had called DEP, and DEP told me, hey, you flush where you need to flush to make sure that there is good chlorine. At that time, an auto flusher was installed at the pool behind his buildings there to try to drag the water from the main line out through that area there. There are auto flushers throughout the whole community, in Orchid Cove, down Case Drive, all the side streets on Case Drive, they are all 1.5 inches. But when you go down Newport, the auto flushers at the end of Newport are smaller. So we have to run those much longer to pull that water down. And then when Mr. DeLeon sent his email on Saturday, neither time I was never contacted personally, which when I got the email late Saturday night, I came out myself Sunday morning with my operator. We checked the chlorine in all the main lines. We were good. I pulled samples just to verify that there was no bacteria. We turned up all the auto flushers because, like he said, it was a 0.6 at the end of Case Drive, or I'm sorry, Newport Drive. We turned up the auto flushers, and I myself, first thing Monday morning, called and emailed the DEP and made them aware of it. So we're working diligently to make sure the chlorine residual is where it needs to be, and we'll flush more. I'll get with David, we'll look at increasing the auto flusher size.
But does that backflow amount to that much value dollar-wise?
Absolutely.
But Mitch, I think the question is it stacking up into individual residential systems? Like you're flushing the main.
It totally
and
no, it goes on the ground. The
No,
water that flushes
I'm
goes
thinking
on the ground.
of when you do this.
Does it go through your meter?
Yeah, am I paying for that? And if I am,
But
about
we
how
got the
much?
first complaint, Mr. DeLeon is correct. Yes, we flushed at some of the residents where and it was several hundred gallons, a couple hundred gallons of water. But this time we never flushed at any residents' homes. We only flushed through the auto flushers.
Okay, so
Which
is
is
there
on the main.
Right, there's no charge.
Right.
the main,
No,
okay.
you're still paying to make the water.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
but there's no.
No charge to the
goes
resident.
to the resident.
Directly.
That's,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Right, good input, but just understand that the 0.6 is the minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the minimum for us to know that we're not gonna end up with bacteria in the water, okay? So being at 0.6 is like hanging on with a couple claws.
Yeah.
All right, we probably wanna do a little bit more than the minimum to ensure there's a little bit of a comfort level should something just go south on us.
Yep.
All right, and that means maybe upping the sampling at these key locations where we're having problems. The last point is, it may be 0.6 at the end of the line, but these feeders that go into the buildings, that go into the hotel, that's what we're talking about. It kind of sort of drops off right there because there's no demand in the system.
So that is the key. There's a lack of demand in the system.
Right.
When the demand is there, regular demand, the system is adequate.
Right, for instance, also when your temperature drops, we're getting ready to go into the winter season, it's gonna get a lot easier for these guys. Citizens are coming back, they're gonna start using water, it's gonna get a lot better for these guys. It's those summer months going, that transitioning period that becomes kind
Yeah,
of critical.
that's right.
So, it just requires a little bit of water quality modeling and a little bit of investment and maybe upping up the sampling.
Okay. Got it? Thank you.
I believe Mitch agreed that 0.6 was minimal and he reacted when he got a 0.6. It wasn't acceptable to Mitch.
Yes, of course. We've been testing the water the whole time, and he is correct. We lowered the water pressure, not because of the wastewater, but to conserve water because we were running on one well pump out in the well field, hauling fuel back and forth out there every day. So we did lower the pressure to try to stay ahead and keep that ground storage tank full.
Mitch, your last samplings and so forth, done in the last, say, 30, 60 days, what was your minimum?
So we did, I don't have it in front of me and I apologize. So we did our monthly samples on the 11th. Those were all good, free of any bacteria, both in distribution and the raw water in the well field. And then I did sampling on Sunday after I got the call or the email, and those come back free of coliform or E. coli, both as well. They were good.
Okay.
that's good.
okay, thank you.
Robert?
Were there any other speakers in this area? I thought there were. No?
I didn't.
No.
Okay. Who are the other speakers? Where are they gonna speak at then?
There's,
One was on 8A.
Oh, okay, that's
one of
probably
the
where they are.
easements,
Okay,
A2.
yeah, the other
One
three are
was
probably there.
8A, and I'm not sure
Yeah, it was at 8.
which item Karen wanted on.
I think it's on one.
Probably one.
wanted,
But there's no more on this.
No more on
No
this
more
one.
on this
I didn't want to
one.
miss anybody. Okay, on to landscape. Robert?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Wanted to bring you guys up to date. Not really much that we added on from last month, and did my drive around with Michelle. We actually had to postpone from a regular run around because due to the hurricane. There's things that wanted just to bring you guys up to date as far as the our schedule was going off by a couple of weeks right now, and we barely got back with our tree guys. Our maintenance guys are back on schedule pretty much immediately. We were here the Thursday right after the storm, and thinking the worst. Luckily, it was just minimal landscape damage, so we were able to at least get the piles out of the way. I was thinking down trees, thinking the worst. No service. I couldn't communicate with my guys, but we did have a team available for you guys on that Thursday coming out. Major roadways that need, for emergency access and stuff like that, but, it was only a couple limbs and minor landscape. We were able to chip off the debris that we put together, for you guys. We took care of just pretty much up there. There's still a couple of piles that I seen. If they're not picked up by this week, I will have my guys pick them up. People that homeworks are made on the side and stuff like that, so just wanted to bring that up to you guys, so you guys are aware.
You pick them up, not the county?
There's some small ones that are on the CID property. Instead of losing the grass, I'll just pick them up. It's not I didn't know.
Well, I know on Hayes Drive, there's some tree stumps, like, you don't pick them up, do you?
No, wait, I gotta see what it is. On Case Drive?
Yeah.
It's right there in
Right
front of
before the highway, by our
right
lift station, is
by
it?
the
What's
lift
that?
station.
Yeah.
Okay. The sod that we had talked about on 41, it is on the schedule. We said we are just.
I was thinking about that, since is there irrigation there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, there's irrigation
All
there.
right.
So we will take that. Just give me a couple, hopefully by the next meeting I'll have it addressed. The Wellfield Road, we did have it for the second week of the month of this one here, so I think we're gonna probably postpone that. Mitch, was it accessible? Did you have any big stuff on the road there?
No.
No.
No, good.
Maybe a little bit overgrown, but not much.
All right. So we are, like I said, a month behind. We did assist the worst affected areas, and my teams have our tree division just barely got back on that schedule. So we just started this week. There's a bunch of work. We're not expected to be in the port probably within mid-November as far as our tree division. Our maintenance guys are 100% back to normal. Our fertilizing obviously got postponed. We're just trying to get everything caught up. On Chris's report, there was a couple of work orders that the guys already addressed. There is still a couple of small pending ones, but that's pretty much it as far as that part. We're going to be mowing every other week, trying to catch up, the regular general maintenance. Irrigation, everything's back on, since we're going to go into our dry season and get it ready for mulch in January like we do every year. So, and that's part of your contract. So,
Did we lose any heads because of the saltwater?
Sprinkler heads.
Sprinkler heads?
no, not that I know of right now or anything as far as major. Timers were fine. Everything, wasn't really affected. I mean, you guys were pretty blessed in general for what this was.
Yes.
We know that there were people that were, very, very affected. This is probably the worst that I've seen, put together in one. I've seen landscape debris piled up, not personal belongings. So, pretty sad, but that's pretty much it. I just wanted to give everybody an update where we were and, just bring you guys up to date.
I want to thank you and your team.
Yeah,
for
absolutely,
all of the great
Roger.
work and how fast.
All of you guys.
Yeah.
All of you guys. Absolutely.
Hey, I just got up for a quick note on the brush that you see there at the end of Case Drive. That was all over Case Drive, and it was all over North Belmars and other areas right
What
there.
was wrong with my comment?
Nothing wrong with your
I
comment.
just talked about the size of the debris, if you picked it up. That was all.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
then, I'm good then, because we did have a pile at the end there, and I don't know.
I wasn't talking about the piles, I was talking about the size of debris. Does he pick it up? So that was it.
Okay, well, we had tree branches.
Let's not go any further with it, okay? He picks up what he's supposed to pick up. I think the county will come do the other, won't they?
Okay, that's the only concern is who's gonna pick it up, because I know where it was at. I had the big branches out behind my
Well,
house.
speak
that
with
came
him,
off the
you
trees,
know.
And they were removed by some of our residents who did a hell of a job cleaning up after the storm. And they moved them over there to be out of the way and to be in one place, so they could be picked up easily. That's all I have to say.
Out of curiosity, is the district handling debris removal from the roadways and so forth?
With the
Is it
county.
reimbursable or is it the county?
It's, if the district picks it up, it's reimbursed.
I did take responsibility of the residents that I service in the CID. I did not take responsibility for other associations.
Right.
That I do not service.
What is
Just
it?
to make that clear.
The skinny thing he picks up and he bills us, will, he'd identify as, hurricane damage debris, but we can get reimbursed on that.
But what I think what we're getting at is expediting it, like when Irma came, Little Orchid Cove had 60 full-grown trees down. And the neighbors all got together with chainsaws, cut them up. That's what neighbors do. That's the idea. And the same anywhere. You see it on TV every day. But, so our responsibility is cleanup after that's done, like on the CID roadways.
Sure.
Okay.
Then Robert's on top of that.
Yep.
And when you submit your bill for the debris pickup, just make sure you identify as hurricane.
So will you be able to pick up all the debris then?
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
all right.
If the CID takes the responsibility for that. What I did clean up already is the debris that was part of the CID.
Right.
That has been addressed. There's still piles of debris
Mhm.
on the CID that we did not make.
Right.
So I just want to be clear on that because, it's a logical thing. FEMA picks it up like it did that one year when we had the major storm. We consolidated all the piles all in one area. Our damage was triple the amount of what this happened on this particular storm as far as, landscape damage.
Yeah.
Wow. So this is really, it really was nothing, but what we did, we picked up. There's still piles that when we, Michelle, were driving around that we didn't make, but we should, I think, that's why I'm bringing it up. And I think we should just pick them up and not wait for FEMA because it's not enough. I don't think they're gonna put you guys as a priority right away because it's very little.
We're patient.
Yeah.
Robert, can I ask you a little unrelated question? I'm curious about. When I was talking to South Florida Water, they said that 2 weeks before Ian came, I wasn't here, there was a lot of rain, heavy rain. And they said that the ground, the prairies, didn't have time to get rid of that water, the groundwater. Did you run into that landscaping as well? Or is it normal after that rain?
No, this was one of our wettest summers.
Because they said that's what caused the flooding out back and stuff.
I
They
would
said
have to
that
agree.
the ground was saturated.
There's summers that, it's like any other summer, every summer is different.
Yeah.
We have a dry summer, sometimes we have a really wet summer. And this year, overall, throughout, it rained a lot.
Yeah.
You guys at the port didn't get as much, but everybody else in the
Around.
States, my road was flooded for almost a month and a half, my personal road to get to my house.
Oh, yeah.
And I live in the Estates, and I was getting, and it seemed like just that area, but if you go to the Estates, all that water comes this direction.
Comes here,
Yes,
goes right to the pumping station.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's.
We're lucky like that.
So, yeah, and that's it, and I will make a run next week on.
Before you leave though, some of the piles, that sounds like Mr. Westerman had indicated that there's piles in the CID right away, but there's piles of debris that Robert's not picking up. You want him to pick that up, and, if he identifies it as hurricane debris, we will turn it in.
Right,
the FEMA. So you want him to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm safe to say the county doesn't come here and pick up anything.
If I could,
Please let us finish.
Not yet, Fred.
the county will, but like Robert says, it's pretty low on the priority.
I was gonna say, there's-
Yeah, be the
we're,
last one.
even during Irma, we were like
Yeah.
3 weeks before they got here to pick up that,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Okay.
I just think they're not gonna prioritize, they have bigger.
Well, they're way
Right.
bigger. Yeah.
So
You could do
you
that.
pick it up you bill us and
Yes.
then we get, then we
That
bill.
we'll try and get
FEMA.
reimbursement. You know, FEMA reimbursement's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but it's worth a
And
try.
last year it took me almost, or last storm took me almost 4 years to get that closed out.
It's a problem too, the lawns are gonna die.
There's not that much.
4
Oh, you're
years?
just wrong.
I recommend pick it up.
Yeah.
They save whatever grass is there. I just want to bring it
Right,
up.
That's
right.
right.
You know, because
Mhm.
I don't think there's enough, I mean, and
But wait till you do it, then you'll see.
You know, when your
once
trucks are here,
I start pulling it out, it adds up. But the fact is that I don't think there's enough for them to come out here
Right.
and make it a priority.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm just trying to say.
I think you're right.
So you want them to go ahead and do it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Ken, would it be beneficial to get some kind of information out to the residents to let them know they got by a certain date to get it to the curb though?
No, I say just pick it
I
up.
think it's all, I think it's at the.
They're gonna do that
It's at the
anyway.
curb.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's where it is.
People don't want that stuff in their
Yeah.
yards.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Robert.
I've got a request if you don't mind. Felipe, who is doing your GIS, is online and I didn't estimate how long it was gonna be before he gets on. Can he go ahead and give you the update on the GIS system?
Oh, yes.
I think that would be good.
And he's got his hands full. He wasn't as fortunate as POI with the storm. He lost his house. So he's trying to, and he works out of his house, I believe. So, Felipe, if you can, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready.
Share the camera with you. Let's see. We'll share your computer screen.
How many lines?
Oh, share down here. And, okay. Right here. Okay. You're there, Felipe. Put it up on your screen and we can do it. Are you on the phone or are you on your computer?
I'm on the computer. I'm on the go-to. I'm trying to click share my screen and it says ask organizer to make you presenter.
Yes. Let's see.
He's not to the GIS report. I see it's because it's trying.
It says you're sharing.
You have to make him the
Yeah.
presenter.
Yeah, I did. I believe I did. Huh. Oh, here we go. Sorry, my bad. Okay, try now, Felipe. There you go.
Is that working?
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay,
You
yeah.
see it?
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, yeah.
I need thicker glasses. No, okay.
Okay. All right. Well,
Not like that.
I see
where
it,
it's
yeah.
in everyone can see. Okay,
all right. 1 second here.
how's your house?
Oh man, we were 3-4 miles from the beach, so we had up to 6 to 7 feet of water in the house, so it was just completely destroyed. And yeah, it's super unfortunate, but good thing we evacuated. You know, we paid attention, and my family and I left. And, but yeah, it's been very overwhelming to say the least. But you know, we're doing our best to stay positive and just you know, keep taking it one day at a time. And but I appreciate you guys working with me on this project. It's been very great, very exciting, and I want to thank Cal too for giving me this opportunity. So I wanted to give you guys an update as far as where we are with your GIS system. The GIS system is up and running. If you haven't received a link, I will definitely share it with you guys after we're done here. But the GIS is up and running. That was completed probably a few months after we started the project. Since then, it's been a matter of building databases, collecting data, and creating GIS information. So if you look to the right, the second tab on your right-hand side is the layer list. And these are the layers that we've been compiling, that we've been building GIS for. So as you notice, the only layer that's clicked on is the boundary, is the port of the islands. So you can, everything is pretty user-friendly. It's like, it's similar to kind of like Google Earth mapping system, but it's just obviously a lot more sophisticated. You'll notice that we've been able to put the irrigation main lines on there. So the irrigation main lines, if you can go in there and click on this 10-inch line and you'll get a measurement as far as length. And you'll be able to differentiate between the 10-inch lines and the 8-inch lines. We would also being able to put all the irrigation data. So we have blow-off valves, we have bubblers, we have wire boxes, timers, meters, junction boxes, and those correlate and those work with the irrigation zones. So each valve, if you click on a valve, you'll be able to know that it's tied to that U8 zone, which is the zone that that basically falls in. But what I'm going to do is color code the irrigation zones, so that way you'll be able to know exactly which zone is which. So which each valve is tied to each zone. But you'll notice that all the timers are there, meters, and I created specific separate symbology for each one of them, so you'll be able to identify and work off of the layer list for each one. Got the lakes and ponds in there. All the lakes here, so you can click on a lake. What I did also, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is not only did we get the lakes in there, but I also tied the ownership of each lake. Now, I need to talk to Cal to get more information on this, but according to I've been working with Whole Montes on this as well too. So these two lakes fall under the Master Association for Sunset K, and the lakes on the east side over here, those fall under the CID for Port of the Islands. So this lake up here, this lake over here on this side, and I believe there's one more to the south, those lakes fall under the CID. But the lakes to the west are the Master Association, and this lake up here falls under the Orchid Cove. Same thing with this one over here. So we got those delineated. We got all those with the correct acreage, perimeter, and area. So if we ever need to quantify or work with the lake management company, you guys have the right numbers to be able to do that. I'm sorry?
I said, wow, that's pretty good.
Could you, at an individual house, it doesn't matter which one, just click on a house and show the type of detail at that location?
Yeah, so we tied in all the data from the county. So you can click on a house and be able to pull up the owner name, the owner address, their physical address, and I tied it to the Google Maps, so we can actually get, if you wanted to get like a better view of Google Maps. But we also did part of using the parcels is being able to identify all the ownership, and that's a layer in itself too. So if you go to the layer list, and you'll be able to notice, everything that the CID owns. So you can see that the main roads are owned by are operated and owned by the CID. Over here is the Sunset K Master Association. All these in pink color, those are all end users, individual homeowners. So it's just a good way to kind of look things from a bird's eye view to see who owns what. So you'll know that this is owned by the county right here and further up north. So that's the ownership layer. That's all the way at the bottom. So going back to our layer list, we got the sidewalks in there, and very similar to the lakes, I cross-reference county data and working with Whole Montes. So all the sidewalks up here are owned by Stella Maris. All the sidewalks that run north-south on the east side here are maintained and owned by the CID. And even all the way up here to the left, these sidewalks and specifically are owned by the retreat at Port of the Islands. And the sidewalks here fall under ownership of Collier County. So every sidewalk has specific acreages, perimeters, areas, all tied to them. And the same concept was for the roads, for the pavement. So we have solid numbers for pavement and road surfaces. So all the pavement over here falls under the county. All the purple pavement falls under the CID, and we have accurate numbers for area, for perimeter, and same concept over here. All the pavement over here falls under Evening Star Neighborhood Association. So that's all the pavement and all road surfaces that belong to them that they're identified. So we got the roads in there, pavement, and one of the biggest hurdles was being able to get all the drainage. Drainage was definitely a big hurdle to get in there, but we got it. So we have identified all the pipes and all the structures. So you can easily click on a structure and know it's a catch basin. Click on a pipe and get the appropriate length. And I'm in the process, probably in the next 2 weeks, I'll do a massive update. But I'm in the process of being able to populate all the pipe sizes. So I got some pipe sizes here. So this is a 12 by 18 RCP, but we'll be able to get all the pipe sizes in here. So we'll be able to know if it's a 24-inch, if it's a 15-inch, if it's an 18-inch pipe. As you'll notice, some of these aren't populated yet, but I'm in the process of working that right now. But some of them I do have in here. So we know that's a 24-inch running from that lake to this lake, and it's an RCP, and it's 130 feet. So all this information is going to be super useful for you guys moving forward when you guys do inspections, when you guys have to do cleaning, being able to properly quantify all the pipes. And so we got drainage pipes, we have drainage structures. The plats are a work in progress. I still need to finish those, but we have the plats. Being able to know where are your lake maintenance drainage easements. So you have some drainage easements here in the Sunset K part. We have some utility easements. We have some landscape easements too that we brought in as well too. But those are a work in progress. As you notice, I have them mostly done on the east side, and I'm still working my way on the west side over here of Port of the Islands. So that's a work in progress. And we also have landscape areas and being able to identify who's responsible. So we have the lawn maintenance areas, and then we have broken down by areas that are vacant lots that need to be maintained. So you'll notice that these areas over here are vacant lots still. So these areas need to be maintained. So that is where I'm at right now. We also have conservation areas, which I threw in there. So we have properly conservation areas up here to the right. But that is currently where we're sitting right now with the GIS. And I have to finish updating the drainage, which is just an attribute that I'm constantly uploading and updating every day. I need to finish the plats. And I'm also going to embed all the construction documents into your GIS. So you'll be able to access all the construction documents for each neighborhood via GIS. So it'll be all in one spot. And I think that will be pretty much it. We'll be pretty much at 100% completion at that point.
The attorney has a question for you.
No, just the comment that the utility lines, the potable water and the wastewater lines and those systems need to remain confidential and exempt. They are under Florida law.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that's clear. You mentioned all the construction documents, that's only discussed with district staff and Mitch and as appropriate by district personnel. And that's something that happened after 9/11 when there were threats to utility infrastructure. So I want to make sure that's clear.
That's right.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out because that's a big question that we get asked all the time. You know, why can't we show the water lines? Why can't we show, where the FPL, boxes are, stuff like that. You know, all that stuff. You know, for homeland security reasons, we can't publicly display. I always encourage each CDD that I work with that it might be good to still um, collect that data and have it, but just not display it publicly. And if something were to ever come up as far as like a water main line, you still have a GIS for that. But yeah, thank you for pointing that out. That's a good point.
Other questions of Felipe?
When the aerial that you're using is the same aerial as they use on Google Earth, is that correct? Or the one that the county uses?
It's the same aerial the county uses. So right now it's showing the aerial for all of Florida. As soon as the county, we can, if I were to go out there and fly my own aerials via drone, I can upload those to the aerial, to the system as well too. But as far as for how the system operates, it's pulling it from the county.
The question I had then was, is that, will it be updated every time the county updates their aerial photograph? Because the photograph the county has right now has about half of the new construction for the port, especially on the east side here, right? So will it automatically do that, or do we have to do that on a update type of thing?
No, it would automatically do it. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
Other questions?
Do you know why it's not updating as the homes are built with the county?
Yeah, they're young ladies, I noticed.
I think it's because the property appraiser appraises the values property as of January 1 of each year.
Yeah.
So I think it's just one flyover before or after that point in time to see what's available, what the improvements are.
Yeah.
Every county, if you go to Lee County Property Appraiser's website, it's a radically different format where you can get all kinds of fun stuff. Right, Philippe?
Yeah, that's correct. The counties, Lee and Collier, they fly their aerials at the beginning of the year, usually between January and March, and it's just one flyover, and it's only done once a year. If you guys wanted an updated aerial, we could easily get a drone out there and fly aerials, but that's up to you guys. I usually like to work with the county aerials, but the only downside is they only fly them once a year.
Yep. That's really good. Wow, that's amazing.
All right. Somebody standing there, I don't.
Was everybody on the agenda?
No, there was a request.
Okay, you have a question?
I said, as homeowners in here, other than the confidential utilities and all that, are we gonna have access to this, that we'll be able to bring this up and see this? Or is this just
That's up to you
for
guys.
certain individuals to be able to access and use?
I think if we block out the things that are
The legal things,
confidential
there's no
and
problem.
then
Yeah.
I don't have a
Yeah.
But
problem.
that's what I'm saying.
It's the same as Collier County. You
Yeah.
have access to
Well,
Yeah,
that.
it's no
developing
problem.
this,
Yeah.
where we have access to this other than the utilities and the other. the land.
It's not quite finished yet. We hired them to do it, but once it's finished, I don't see any reason why, it's just a website.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Just wanted to. clarify that.
And access would be through the CID website.
Yeah.
Right, a link. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take you off, as a presenter, Felipe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, though.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And stay safe.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
I think we're at the engineer now.
All right, Mr. Engineer. We just put you out of a job with that.
I don't think so.
I think it will save on his fees.
Oh, yeah,
He's not gonna have to
definitely.
do as much research on individual properties.
Yes. And help expedite things.
The only thing that we'll need to watch with that GIS is a lot of it has not been ground proof. So there might be, if we start, one thing we need to be careful of doing if we do have a project is make sure we do ground proof that a little bit to make sure it is accurate, because Felipe did rely on construction plans and things that go back since the district was formed. So there may have been some changes over the years. So just word of caution there. Good. Getting into the report per se, 162, 163 Sunset K, the permit update and so forth. I did have the opportunity to go out there and look today. There was a question about the backyard violation and so forth. There is still a pipe back there. As far as the dock access and so forth, that appears to be generally in conformance with what the dock permit was obtained for and what the use agreement was executed a while back on for. But there is still a pipe in the ditch that needs to be addressed one way or the other. As far as the side yard encroachments between 162 and 163, so far we have received everything as far as the pipe material, the boxes, the catch basins. I received that sometime yesterday. I did look at that this morning. I had just one small comment that I did forward back to Mr. Mess. We did receive copies of the agreement this morning for the two parties. The only thing that seems to be in limbo at this point is the fact that the contractor license and so forth doesn't match up with the person that is holding the insurance certificate that was supplied to us. I'm going to defer to Tony on that a little bit as far as whether that's a critical element of the overall agreement at this point.
Yes, it is. The names don't match.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to have, whoever's doing the work has to be a licensed contractor, and we have an individual's name, and then we have an entity's name, and they're not the same. That's my recollection.
I don't think if you were contracting for work, would you want that to have a different insurance certificate and different contractor? It just doesn't match up. So that's really the only outstanding item that I know of as far as the completion of the.
But I think what we would just have, we talked about, recommend a simple memorandum of agreement as to the cost sharing. So we have something in writing in addition to, we have the easement use agreement, which is just sort of a standalone document, but a memorandum of agreement that said, provided that they build this facility as per the attached plans, provided that they execute and we deliver and everybody provides signatures and for the easement use agreement, and provided that they utilize appropriate licensed contractors and have all permits and licenses, the district will pay 1/2 of the cost upon presentation of proper invoices. So I think that's something the board discussed, and that was the consensus, is my recollection. I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong.
The question is.
But I'll keep it simple.
The question is, if the contractor and the contractor insurance are not in the same name, we do not have a licensed contractor that was presented to us in time to be able to do this. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. You gave a certain time frame.
That's correct. And it has not, and we still don't have, at this time, a month later, a licensed contractor with insurance to do this work, correct?
Correct.
Good. Then I move we rescind the offer to 50% sharing, cost sharing with Mr. Mess and Mr. McKinney due to the lack of doing what we required.
What do you others feel? How do you feel, Michelle?
Well, you got to have a second of it.
I'll second it to be able to discuss it.
So start discussing.
I'm just so sick of this. I don't know. The letter from Mr. Mess, is heart rendering. I mean, I feel, because I'm the compassionate one, I guess. But The county and the Southwest Florida Water Management would be okay if the pipe was left in place.
That's not true.
Is that in writing
That's not true.
somewhere?
That's not
No,
true.
that's
We
not
never
true.
got any documentation. They
No.
never came to us and said that that would be okay.
South Florida Water Management never gave their ruling on it. And the county said they recommend a larger pipe, the 15-inch.
And neither entity backed it up or gave us anything in writing, so it's non-existent.
So, and I was the one who said, leave it in place and see if it works.
Right.
And
It didn't work any better than what was there.
so,
Plus, that is more of the same, and it just happens to be theirs, but that's what's happened for the last 10 or 15 years here. And putting Band-Aids on things in the Wild West. We have to do it under the auspices that we're responsible to. If we allowed it, and then somebody calls code enforcement, you know who gets it? We get it. We've been milking this since February. Enough is enough. I voted to pay half. And we got milked on that. It's over, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go to court or whatever we have to do to get this thing done.
Russ?
I want to know what code we broke or how this all came about. Because when I asked for that, going to Collier County Code, it says here, community development districts do not have the power of a local government to adopt a comprehensive plan, building code, or land development code, as those terms are defined in the Community Planning Act. The building code is utilized by and enforced by Collier County. Why didn't we get a notice from Collier County? What notice did we get from Collier County? Who notified Collier County first? Why are we doing this when we're supposed to be following Collier County Code? We can't set code.
It's not a permit. It's an easement violation.
Okay, so
They
what does that got to do with
violated our
us?
easement.
That's the county's job.
No,
No,
it's
that's our job.
It's like
It's our easement, not the county's easement, our easement.
And we've been
You
running
can't
into that
do
everywhere.
that. How about some input?
No, okay. We do not issue building permits, but we do have easement interest and we can regulate what goes in our easement so as not to interfere with our easements. And the county generally tries to pay attention nowadays, they never have in the past, to the easement holder's interest to not allow the county to not allow authorization for improvements or structures in easements without the easement holder's consent. That's changed in the last couple of years because of a bunch of issues that have arisen, where the county was approving permits with fences running into lakes, blocking off lake maintenance easements, structures being built in drainage easements. All kinds of items were being placed in easements without the easement holder's consent. And they finally came, and it sort of came to the forefront also when people started getting generators, built-in generators for their houses. They were putting them along the side of the house and they were encroaching in drainage easements. I mean, that happened in Fiddler's Creek and other areas. So the county has got more of it. It's not a building code issue from the district's perspective. It's a building code issue from the county's perspective. So we can say, this structure is in our easement. You county cannot authorize issuance of a permit without our consent. That's the issue.
Okay.
So this is wrong.
No, it's
Section
not wrong.
190-004.
No, it's not a building code. From our perspective, we're not enforcing the building code. The county is. We've asked them to enforce their building code because we, the district, have not provided the authorization to put a structure in a district easement. We're not enforcing the building code. We're asking the county to enforce the building code and the county's land development code.
So that's somewhere in the county building code. That's what you're saying.
Well, the county's code, and they're enforcing it. That 190 is the district. That's what I wrote in my email related to the district has no ability to enforce building codes. That's why we have to go to the county engineer to go enforcement to contractor's licensing. Because it's a.
So is there a code violation out there right now?
On the back drainage, I believe
There's two easement violations.
Yeah.
The easement violation between 162 and 163 is an easement violation. That's our easement. And the easement violation in the rear of the house with the 24-inch corrugated pipe with the dirt over it is another violation. And the second violation was done After the first violation, when we started this whole thing, we sent code enforcement and we sent a cease and desist order, and they did neither. They didn't cease, they completed the job.
And I
I'm
think on
done.
the back pipe was a code violation from the county. But
No,
they
it's our
continued.
easement again.
Yeah. But the county red flag.
So Tony, what's next? Because I'm not spending another hour on this thing. What's the next
Well,
one?
I guess two approaches. One is, what,
This is Mr. Mess.
there are two approaches. One
Let us
is,
finish.
if the property owner, the contract, give us a licensed contractor who's gonna do the work. I think that's kind of what's baffling David, Kel, and I, quite frankly. Because there is a disconnect from the documents we have as to the person doing the work, are they a licensed contractor? And in that case, we continue to go ahead and get the agreement. I think for the last month or two, we've been going back and forth about, hey, give us the information, and it's not been provided to the staff.
Yeah, I think last month it was, they were waiting for us to come up with the price, and we clarified.
But now it's a contract issue.
Yeah.
I think it's purely boiled down to the contract issue. The alternative is say, okay, no, we're not going to do that because it's been too long. Let's go forward and notify the county that we have not obtained a resolution of it, that we wish to pursue the code enforcement and or the contractor's licensing for the person that actually built it, if they were a contractor.
And I do have two people that were scheduled to come out.
Can you get by the mic so others?
Yeah, I had two contractors who were scheduled to come out, but due to the hurricane, they didn't give me the information, so then the value to them.
Well, that's another thing. The hurricane seemed to affect our board meeting, everybody's life and everything, and now we're cutting him short after we go through a hurricane, getting the information to us.
Cutting them short.
I don't think that's right.
This has been going on since February.
I don't care.
There's no cutting them short.
Okay.
They're buying time.
Buying time for what?
Who knows?
He's gonna do the work.
How do we know
Well,
that?
he did the work already without permission. So when you say he's gonna do the work,
Yeah, he's gonna correct it.
look at the back swale. He continued with that.
No, if you take a look at this is my final survey over here, and on the left-hand side, that's where the pipe is. And according to the survey, pipe is not in your easement.
Pipe is not what?
Not in the board's easement.
Which one? The one in the back, you mean?
Yeah.
If the pipe's not in the easement, then the dirt around the pipe is in the easement because the easement is gone. There is no swale there at all. And there should be a swale.
I'm just saying it's not in your easement.
Well, that's fine. That's gonna take somebody to do a survey on it and say it's not in the easement, but the swale, it's gone. It's not there. The motion has already been made.
Okay. What's next? I'm not doing this. What's next?
Well,
Repeat the motion.
the motion is to rescind the offer of the 50%, the cost sharing of 50% with Mr. McKinney and Mr. Mess on the repair of, or the reestablishment of the easement in between 162 and 163.
Do we have a second?
Yes. It's been seconded.
Yeah, I seconded it,
Michelle
because we
seconded.
have to
Yeah.
second to be able to
Yeah.
discuss it. What's our plan, David, for the end of all the other paved streets?
At this point, we've discussed two options. That when we get ready to bid the project, we bid it as reestablishing the open swale. Then we'd also have an additive alternate that we could take the option of enclosing that swale and putting a pipe in it. Very similar to what is being, or was proposed for 162, 163 Sunset K. We would also do that at the mid block drainage location is also the same type of concept.
Of the pipe or of the
Of
swale?
Well, we would do
Both
as a
ways.
base bid.
Or are
the
you
open-
gonna get a price both ways?
We would get a price both ways. The base bid would be basically the open swale, and the alternate would be to put a pipe there.
What are you thinking?
Well, my thought is if we're going to do a pipe, then this is ridiculous to not leave the pipe or make them do the pipe. I mean, what, if we rescind this and what are we saying? That they have to take out the pipe, right? And then what?
Well, we
No,
would
we're
have
just
to,
saying we're not paying 50%.
We're-
Oh,
still gonna
rescinding
have
the
to
offer
correct
and then,
We gave them two options originally. One was to restore the open swale. The second option was to install a pipe for our specifications.
Yeah.
so we're rescinding and at a 50, and a cost sharing of 50%.
That's what
So
we're saying.
if, if you want to extend this, my thoughts are, as far as what's next for us is either we let code enforcement take care of the problem, or we go out and get a cost to reestablish our swale the way it was. Bring it back to the original swale. That's our cost.
And it's not up for negotiation.
None of us want to do this. We're all neighbors here.
That's right.
But the problem was, let's look at the timeline. They came to us in February. We said, wait 2 weeks. During the 2 weeks, they went ahead and put the pipe in. Then we said no, because our attorney told us to say no, and that it would not be advisable to do it. So we voted no to it. We then put a cease and desist order on them. They went and finished all the work, put the driveways in so that they had access to their doors, their garage doors, and they just finished the project. So, and the whole time, we told them no, but they went ahead and finished everything up. Again, if you allow them to do this, and I know Tony said this last time, but I still think I'm right on this. You're setting a precedent. The precedent is do what you want in Port of the Islands, and then come to the CID and say, I'm sorry, I did it.
And if that's what we're gonna do, make a decision now and let people run wild.
Wait a minute, just wait a minute. We had 135 Windward K for 6, 7, how many years? We never corrected the problem. We never jumped on it. We never did anything.
Who's we?
The board.
I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't either. I don't know what you're
Us.
talking
Yeah,
about.
it wasn't this board, but right now,
Well,
that's what we're working
the
on.
residents there,
Fixing all the
right,
infrastructure and
right.
everything, because
But
we have
this
the
guy
money
had to
now.
go by what has happened in the past. So the history was we do nothing.
How would he
we
know what
said-
happened in the past? He wasn't here.
Because he
either.
talks to people in the neighborhood. What's wrong with you?
That's right.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, he has to go, yeah. So he's going around, well, what do I do? Well, they haven't done anything for 6 or 7 years with the same problem on Windward. So what's he supposed to do if he wants to get in his house?
Why didn't
Wait
he talk
and
to
wait.
the board? And
He
honestly,
did talk to the board, that's my point.
And we said, wait 2 weeks, and he put it in. So he could talk all he want. All we wanted to do was talk to Mr. McKinney and hopefully talk to somebody from South Florida Water District before we made our decision. And we didn't have to worry about making a decision. It was done.
We had them come out.
It doesn't matter. We told them to wait 2
No,
weeks.
nothing matters but what you want.
It's not what I want. I'm just saying.
You say to be neighborly, and then, yeah, maybe the guy made a mistake, but he's trying to fix it. And we're giving him a timetable to fix it.
what about the back swale? Is that a mistake too?
I don't know what's going on with the back swale back there. I haven't looked at it.
Here's my opinion. I agree with him, and I agree with you. You're right, and this is the impasse we're at with his property. We're a new board, 2 years old. We've heard 10 to 15 years out. Nothing was ever done. Another case in point are the pavers going over the sidewalks. Same thing. There are 8 other people that did it. Why can't I do it? I get it. But you're supposed to come to the board. And my impression is previous boards close their eyes. That's what I hear. We're not closing our eyes. We're trying to make up for the sins as fast as we can. We have people saying, but what about this? What about that? We didn't do it. We're going to try and fix it. We have a lady on the phone today. Who fixed 159, the emergency situation that got it? We did. Well, we've been fixing it since 2011. You're right, because the old rule was it's up to the homeowners.
Yeah.
But it isn't anywhere. But it's up to the homeowners. I asked you about it. You said, Ray, it's up to the homeowners. No, we did. We fixed it. We're at the beginning of this stuff. We're trying to fix things. We're trying to catch up. This is a slap in the face. But if that's the way you want it, I'm done talking about this. It's absurd. We're spending a fortune on it. Every time he goes out, it's money. That's where things happen. Look, if it's okay, if it's no big deal, let's make a decision right now and let it go. I don't want to do this again next month. Not gonna. Otherwise, let's go to court, let's go to code enforcement and get their opinion. And their opinion is not having this guy McKenna or whoever it is come out and say, well, you know, guys, fix it. Will you put it in writing? No, then you're not the county. You're a personal individual who works for the county. If you'll put it in writing and you'll give it to us so we can put it someplace, done, done. That didn't happen. So the county didn't come out here, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody that came out, buddy, what do you think of it? Doesn't count. We need documentation. We don't have it. So what do? Wait another 30 days? I mean, are you kidding me with this? We offer to pay half. Everybody's happy. Then they start jerking us on how much they're going to pay. Are you kidding? Then we said, get your own contractor. We want to be fair. It's only been 90 more days. Get your own guys. They bring us one guy that's got no permit at all, because I checked him out, and some phantom that they've got now, you know, so they can commingle. All we asked for was one contractor. That's all we asked for. This is a game, and we're being played. If that's how you guys want it, I don't have anything against him. I've never even been to this place. I'm the only one that has it, on purpose.
I don't want to stir the pot, but engineering so far has cost us about $13,000.
It's got to stop here. It's got to stop now. What are we going to do? We're tiptoeing around. Do we want to have code enforcement come out? Do we want Tony to move forward with this? Or do we want to end it right now with a vote and let everybody do whatever they want? Which do we want to do?
How do you feel about Terry?
I feel what upsets me is the back swale. I feel that's going to be another smack in the face. But I feel, if I've heard from a lot of neighbors that we've spent enough money, why are we paying 50%?
And we had someone come to the meeting and say
Right,
that.
right.
Oh.
And there's a lot to be said for that.
There's a lot of people saying that.
Yeah, but I'd like to see some forward movement here. Like we said 30 days and the contract and then dead end. But meanwhile, today, I'd like to know that swale shouldn't be there. Take it out. We have to see something come from the homeowner.
We're not going to. History repeats itself. How do we make the motion?
We have the motion.
We have a motion for the 50%. I want a motion to move it forward legally.
Well, that's a second.
That's a second
Gotta
motion.
deal with the motion that's on.
Okay, all in favor?
Of the first motion,
Yes.
which is not
Not
to
to pay.
50%.
Aye.
Aye.
Russ,
No.
Michelle?
Aye.
Okay, passes. What's the next one?
Terry's.
Aye.
Okay.
I guess the next one would be for the staff to avail the district of all available legal remedies, and if that requires code enforcement, contractor licensing, or consideration of the preparation of a lawsuit.
Okay. I make a motion, we do that. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, this motion is on,
Would you read it again, please?
It would
legally
be
move
for
forward.
staff to avail the district of all available legal remedies available to the district, including code enforcement, contractor's licensing, and preparation of a lawsuit as appropriate. And we can bring that back to the board for further information. We have the
Someone else did it, nothing was had, so it does continue on if you don't set a precedent. So that's the only thing I have to say. So,
Okay, all in favor?
all in favor?
Why am I doing this?
Yeah, exactly.
He's
I wanted to-
doing
Right.
this. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Russ?
No,
and what I'll do, I'll bring back a proposed budget for any litigation so the board can see that before
yeah, I
we
want,
initiate it.
you have to keep that all separate. Engineering too, please keep all the invoices separate. No, he runs things together.
What do you-
For the lawsuits?
Yes,
They break
for
it down
anything,
on the
yeah.
lawsuits.
Yeah, I have a breakdown. I have all the
Anything
invoices.
regarding this property. Anything that's done regarding this property, keep it separate.
We have them already. You can go online and pull them up. They've all been sent to you.
Yeah, we just got them
That's how I got them.
Yeah, just got them.
yesterday.
They were due a
No,
week
for
ago.
the whole year I got them. Well, go back in your emails on the site.
Okay. Next.
Now, Tony, I got one last question. Should we begin and find out the cost of putting it back to the way it was at the same time? Can we do that?
I think that's appropriate.
Then I will so move.
I have is right now, if we would take everything out to the east of mine, we would have a cliff basically from the existing driveway down. And how do we address that?
I would suggest that the opinion probable cost would be include a retainer wall. There has to be some, and once again, it's an encroachment, but I think two approaches. One, restore it to its original condition. Two, restore it to a swale condition, recognizing existing improvements that abut the easement that require this lateral support based upon the poor site planning. I think everybody's agreed on that.
Good. I was just looking for that direction. Thank you.
There's a retainer wall at 191 Sunset Bay, so they have it. And it's attractive too.
To get them
Towards the left back of their property. Because they had the same problem.
Yeah, we can do a basic one, or we can do something that's a little bit nicer, but I would suggest the basic cost, the basic one, just to get by. There will be some concerns perhaps during construction of that wall too, that we need to be paying attention to, so that may cover what we can do.
Yeah, and one other aspect we'll report back to the board is whether or not the board also wants to record a notice of unauthorized encroachment into the district drainage easement. I think that's important to put any subsequent owner on record, on notice, when title work is performed.
Yeah, it's quite
Yeah.
a legal process, yes.
I'll include that.
Okay, what's the motion?
The motion is to have the engineer to prepare an estimate for returning the swale as is, including a retaining wall, the cost for a retaining wall.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
Aye. 4 ayes, 1 nay.
And Tony, my last question is, when you talk about legal recourse, if we have to return this back to the original swale. How do we go about getting our money back from the contractors, the developers, the homeowners? Because this community should not be paying what we're paying to have this done.
If, what I would suggest is that it bring back to the board and not to have an extensive discussion on legal theories at the present time. Until such time as any litigation is pending, we can then have the closed door sessions to expound upon that. But we will come back with a proposed draft complaint. What I'm anticipating, I mean, I'll talk to my, Lenore and Zach with regards to that. And part of bringing back the budget will also be a consideration of the causes of action.
Okay, good. Okay. Next.
I think that cleans up the side yard encroachment. Do we need to discuss the rear yard encroachment at this point of 163? The fill that's been, I see the survey, it shows that assuming that the survey is correct, the pipe itself is outside the drainage easement. However, there is fill that extends into that. As most of you are aware, the swales in the back of most of the caves meander back and forth between the drainage easement and outside the drainage easement. This is one of those cases there where part of the swale is outside the easement, or portions of the swale, I should say, are outside the easement. Be retaining wall, dump wall, things like that.
My question is it impacting the neighbors? I mean, is the water not flowing right? Or do any of us know that? I know when the pipe was first placed there, all the water backed up to a winter resident that wasn't in the home at the time, and it had nowhere to go. But what has happened since it was placed in position is when I seen it, it was filled up with sand.
Correct. I don't know what the elevations of that pipe is. It's not shown on the survey that I can tell at this point. I'd have to review the survey. If it doesn't hinder the drainage flow, then theoretically you could say and be placed in the use agreement.
David, if I may, Madam Chair, for my edification, where is the drainage pipe located depicted on the survey?
It's where that.
The back of the property.
See the pipe right here?
It says drainage inlet? Yes.
Yeah, it says drainage inlet.
That appears to be totally outside the drainage easement.
Correct. Now, there would be fill that extended over into the drainage easement.
Yeah, the fill goes completely over the drainage or easement right there.
Because when we went to the
So the easement is essentially blocked at that point. Am I not correct?
I'll view them. What happens in that area, the swale does tend to encroach into the property a little bit, but that's because, again, that drainage easement is based upon the mean high water line. And in many places, because the bank of the canal and the berm itself, that swale meanders back there. It's typical for.
Right, but the swale is completely blocked, except where the drain pipe is.
Yes.
If I can ask another dumb question, where it says top of slope, it seems to be the dashed line with elevation. David, is that correct? And that appears to be a consistent 5.4. Is that what we're talking about, the fill? I guess I'm just trying to understand.
I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit confused with the arrows and how that's notated. Those appear to be drainage arrows. I'm not sure if the tail or the head is the point where that elevation is taken.
So I'm not the only one. Okay, thank you.
Right. It appears too that the arrows some cases they're pointed perhaps up to a higher elevation, in some places to a lower elevation. So without studying it further, I'm a little confused.
And you have pictures of it, that was passed out.
Yes.
Back and, both of the deck and then the end of the pipe. And I think the one with the deck, you can see the swale.
The swale bottom in that area, let me look at one other thing before I say this. I need to check what datum they were using. The swale bottom for the water management plans was supposed to be a 4.5 NGVD. I'm not sure if these elevations are an NGVD or an NAVD.
Another one. If I'm not mistaken,
It says it's based upon NAVD, note 7.
Note 7?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, David, we've already filed a code enforcement on this?
Correct.
Correct. I say we don't do anything and let code enforcement take care of it. We don't need to do anything else. They violated our easement again. We filed code enforcement on it. Let code enforcement take it from there.
Right?
Well,
Get out of it.
it's very similar to the side yard encroachment. They're not going to be taking any action, it appears.
Forget it.
Well, if they're not going to, well, we don't know that.
Well, I suggest that the board's authorization, that I contact code enforcement, Mike Casario, and have a conversation with him. He's the head of code enforcement.
You already filed something with them, right?
Yes.
It's already been filed.
That's it.
I'll just find out the status and what their approach is.
You don't even have to do that.
How long ago was it filed?
It was after
It's probably been at least,
2 months.
say 3 months, maybe.
3 months, yeah.
Okay. Have we done any follow-up on it?
No, I haven't done any follow-up because we've been trying to work out an agreement with the property owner.
Okay.
And I think that's been the county's approach, that they were holding
They were
on.
waiting for us.
And no, waiting for hopefully a resolution of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I had a conversation with Jack McKenna last week, and I told him we'd have a conversation at board meeting this week, and hopefully would have had an agreement, but just tell him there's no agreement.
So then how do we follow it up now and when?
It's just a communication.
We don't have to follow up. He's just gonna notify McKenna. And then we're done.
No, we'd have to notify code enforcement.
Code enforcement has been notified on this.
No, notify them that there's been no
There's
resolution.
no agreement, correct.
I think, and I'll tell Jack the same thing, Jack McKenna.
Okay. Next.
Well, I think you guys should make a motion to proceed with the code enforcement complaint as there's no agreement. Right now, it's just hanging.
So moved.
But isn't that just a procedure?
Yeah.
Just a follow-up on a procedure. I don't think
Right.
we're all.
But you've been in negotiations with them. They've submitted stuff, late last night, but they submitted stuff and,
The only thing they submitted was a use agreement for that swell.
well, and,
For the side yard,
Yes.
plus the agreements for the side yard.
That's correct.
right, and Mr. Reed submitted
Right,
pictures and his
yeah, I'm
comment
speaking
that,
specifically of that backyard.
right, yeah. But his email that I forwarded to you, and I provided you copies, basically is asking you to allow that. And, you need to say yes or no.
Well, I think we're saying that when we say proceed with the code
Code
violation.
enforcement.
Okay.
The answer is
Right.
yes.
If that's the decision of the board to proceed,
Yeah.
I'd certainly like to have a vote, know that, you guys
Yeah.
are authorized.
Yeah, let me,
to proceed.
I think to bring some closure to this, the code enforcement file for 163 Sunset K, says status on 10/11/2002, and this is the inspector or investigator. Review the case, no permits on file for the drainage, and email Jack McKenna inquiring about the CID and the role they play in the process. Will wait for a response. Will continue to monitor. So it's just a matter of following up with the investigator, the inspector, and Jackson County.
Okay,
I think
so.
That's as to
You need a.
one of the complaints, let me look at the other one. Because there's,
I think it's safe, it's easier for us if we know what your opinions are. I don't want next month somebody to say, wow, we didn't approve that.
Okay, what are we gonna do to approve
I
it?
said, so moved.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Russ?
No.
All right, good. Jumping down to 159 Windward K, the update there. Last month, we had discussed it, and at that point, we had noted that there had been a bump up underneath where the dock access is. And Robert, at that time, had recommended that we let it sit another month, see if there was any kind of settlement and so forth. I did verify this morning that it's still a bump up underneath there, and it's about the thickness of the sod. What may have happened, I'm supposed a little bit, that when Robert's guys did the grading and so forth, they graded it even with the existing sod instead of dropping it down to compensate for the sod they did add. So it needs to be shaved a couple inches.
So do you need a motion to do that, or?
Well, if you like, I can just pass that on to Robert. I think he's gone already.
He's gone.
So
By all
I'll pass
means,
that
do
on
it.
to
How
Robert.
many linear feet are you talking about?
I would say it probably needs to be about 30 to 40 feet probably.
30 is what I would have done.
So we're doing something twice.
There's gonna be something done twice, yes.
Wow.
And that should not be an expense of the district. I know you agreed
Yeah,
to
it
pay
shouldn't be.
50/50, but it should not be an expense of the district.
Who should be an expense to?
Soda.
I think Soto would just do it,
He'll do it.
because we brought this up to him right
Last month.
after it
Right,
was
he
done.
asked us to wait.
And he asked us to wait, so I'm
Yeah.
sure he'll do it at no charge.
Yeah, there shouldn't be our cost. One other thing from last meeting, check with the county about cleaning the graffiti off the bridge. What happened there?
I did send something on to, I think the county and the DOT, if I remember correctly. It's been a long month. But I did send something. I don't know, has it been cleaned? I didn't look at
I
it
haven't
today.
looked. Does anybody look for
I
the
haven't.
graffiti gone?
I'll try to look on my way out today to see if
Yeah,
it's
I don't
been
know where
cleaned
it
or
is.
not, but it has
It's on
been
the
reported in.
north side, I think, of the,
Of the bridge.
yeah, over there towards
I'll
where the
make my
people
husband
go
take me out to
fish.
supper because I can look at it.
Can you see if?
Okay, is that it?
No, we had that late,
Stella Mars
Continue-
Miller.
Continuing on a little bit, one thing we did come out after the hurricane, I did have one of my guys come out here and just do basically a drive-through, and I think you got a copy of the report enclosed. Then afterwards, I did have somebody come out here and look at the pipelines that are underneath the bridge. We got 3 pipelines that are attached to the US 41 bridge. And there's some photos there and so forth of that. It's not a formal report per se. Actually, I printed out the pictures and somehow I wound up deleting the pictures electronically. So I did have a hard copy of the pictures. The pipes are all intact. They're showing a little bit of wear as far as their age and so forth. Probably just need to be cleaned up and recoated at some point in the near future. We do have a bent hanger, it appears, on one of the pipes. The older of the 3 pipes. The oldest pipe is actually the water main. That's on the south side of the bridge. The other 2 pipes, fire irrigation, and the force main are on the north side, and they're quite a bit newer than the water main. So the other thing that I want to do is do a little more detailed inspection on some of the hangers, get a phone and go out there and actually physically look at those a little bit closer. We were limited to just some observations from the 4 corners.
Where do those pipes go to?
Well, the water main, of course, water main on the south side, it crosses over and serves Newport area.
Okay.
Force main, same thing with the fire irrigation, it serves that Newport area. The force main then brings the wastewater back over to the plant from the other direction.
Okay. Yep.
I just want to let you know, though, they were intact. We did take a quick look at those and made sure there was no issues with it.
Look for my fishing lures on that bridge.
It looks like there are some hung on that south side, a lot of junk.
I got a couple there.
No fishing for bridges.
One of the other
Should
things
they,
be painted? They should be painted, and we probably need to put that in the CIP that we do clean and paint those sooner than later.
They blast them and paint them?
There'll be some cleaning, yeah. I don't know whether it'll actually have the stamp blast them per se, but they'll need to be cleaned up before painting.
Can we find
The
out
one,
how much?
the one pipe I would be most concerned about, if there was any lead on it, is the one that probably doesn't have any paint on it at all.
Can we find out how much?
You know, we can start chasing some numbers down.
Chase them.
There's a challenge to get prices right now, as you know.
Oh, the
Oh, I know.
Hurricane recovery. Supervisors and guard, basically that job is 99.9% done. The paving and the concrete work were wrapped up. They have been able to get out there and do surface striping. The only thing that's left underneath the contract, or what we asked the contractor to do for additional work, was to add one end of road sign right before the canal. There was one out there that was laying there, but it's disappeared now, so we may need to get the contractor to add two unless somebody knows where that second sign went to. It may have been.
Wait, which sign?
Frank, you know where that second?
They were about this building, and I showed you the three up there, but I will look for it. Sure will.
Okay. And then as the result of the storm, I think the stop sign did blow down, but I did see that leaned up against one of the buildings. And I did take the opportunity to drive around the community myself today. And I did notice besides some straightening of signs, we did have two stop signs that were definitely down. And I'll get that information to Gail and one of the Chris's.
Chris's inventory, all the signs that need to be replaced. They'll probably be done pretty soon. We know the one you've got, we've already ordered one to replace it, but we'll just put it in the storage at the water plant.
Okay.
And I'm sure we're gonna use it.
Okay. Should I give it to him right
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, I was going to suggest another place that we might want to put a sign is maybe at the, on Union Road, right where it tees at the hotel, the old T, right now there's no stop signs there. And I can't remember if there was one before the storm there or not, but I know at the plant we've got two that are standing that really don't function, that we can maybe use those to put there. Sure.
Russ, do you remember, you go back there a lot, there was a stop sign at the T going to the back, 50 acres.
I haven't seen a stop sign there.
You mean at the old hotel?
Yeah, at the old hotel, I just
There hasn't
driving
been-
back there, I can't remember whether there was one back there or not.
There hasn't been
Probably
one there.
a good place to put
I
one.
can't remember the last time I saw
I-
it. Maybe when the hotel was there, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even think then. There's no stop sign.
Just thinking ahead a little bit as things develop back there and so forth.
Well, the road's only gonna go one way. It's going to
We
the
don't
right.
know that
Yeah, it's
yet.
gonna go to the right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wouldn't put a
yes.
stop sign up. There's
No, I wouldn't
no, nobody goes.
I wouldn't
fast.
waste the money on it.
Yeah, okay. No, not back there.
Look at my notes real quick, see if I spotted anything else. Overall, I agree, the community itself fared very well during the storm. It's not like the other community I'm working in right now that's nothing, total devastation. I think that's all I have.
Sure, right.
Yeah, we have, I think, 3 people on this item signed up. Do you have their names? Yeah, here's one.
Just a couple of questions.
Mr. Frank.
Yeah, just come up here, identify yourself.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I'm trying to hear this one will be able to solve the problem. Just a couple of quick questions from some people who gave it in. One, is there an update to the drainage problem on Windward Cave? What are we seeing with that?
The Windward Cave is being addressed with all the caves at the same time. Then we'll have a comprehensive project to go ahead and clean the end of the block, end of the cul-de-sac drainage ways and also the mid-block drainage ways. So, was hoping to be further along with that, but the last 3 or 4 weeks have not been very cooperative as far as that effort. So hopefully in the next month or so, we'll have a set of plans ready that we can go ahead and start looking for bids.
Before rainy season.
We have done, I think this year, we're looking at about, what, 365?
Yeah, we put the money aside.
Including some to plan it and the rest of it to start doing it. And that is
budget.
That's
for it.
number one on our concern is to start doing the stormwater management. That is our, and we've told that to David, that's what we want to get done.
And you are on top.
Yeah, we're there.
Thank you.
Trust me on that.
Just two minor other questions. I noticed yesterday on the auto flow on our property, it went off at 4 o'clock yesterday. Is that on the timer or is that manually done?
No, it should be on a timer. Eventually, we work on with that.
Yes.
Well, I'm concerned is because when I saw all that water coming, it's a beautiful day. And I know when we get a rainstorm, I go, oh, go, here it comes. So my question is, if we get a big rainstorm and I get all that water coming down the swale, excuse me, the easement, and that's on a timer during a rainstorm, I get more water coming from the outflow. How's that gonna be managed? You know what I mean? If it's on a timer, the timer doesn't know it's raining out.
Right, but every year it rains at a different time. This year it was 5 to 6 at night.
Yes.
Other times it's been morning or in
Yeah.
the afternoon. So I always find I wait till the rainy season starts and then I know.
It would be nice to put it on some kind of sensor that it was.
I was gonna ask Mitch that.
But that's not very practical because we're, again, the question of water quality, and we do need to flush no matter what. And the timer is the best way to accomplish that.
If, Mitch, if you give us a schedule of when you're flushing, we can put it on the website.
We can, but it changes according to how many residents are here at the time. So water use, it's all dependent upon water use. So the more water the customers are using, the less we flush. The less water the customers are using, the more we have to flush.
So there's adjustments done throughout the entire year that during the summer, we're gonna flush more water. During the winter, we're gonna flush less. Kind of opposite of what probably we need as far as, but anyway.
See, I noticed for the last 11 years being here, I haven't noticed, that's probably only the second time I noticed the auto flow going out in the afternoon. Usually when I wake up in the morning, you know, our land is wet, because I go, okay, that's the water you guys are throwing out at night, morning's fine. But now I'm a little bit more concerned if it's going out in the afternoon, and when most of the rainstorms are, how do we?
So normally it does happen all at night. We send them from like 11 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Correct.
But we did have the low chlorine complaint, and we just flushed everything. So that's what, it normally will not be running here.
Oh, so that was my question. Yeah. Time is going to be running again.
We had the same problem that Stellenberg South I ended up calling Mitch about, because they had turned on the auto flusher, and I mean, it's pouring out, and I had residents call me, we got a big water leak. No, the auto flusher was on.
Just to wrap up, on the problems that you had on 159 and all that, is the CID paying for that?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Can I submit invoices of all of what I did for the last 11 years online, and I just did myself?
They did too, and they did also. We have another lady, maybe it was you guys. Somebody called this morning.
That was my wife.
Oh, it was you. And I hate saying it like this, but this is one of those things where it was kind of like an unwritten rule that I haven't been able to find, that it was on the homeowners for the last 11 years. This one was a change. Rather than wait for a meeting, as far as your situation now, we can.
It's ours.
It's ours.
So over the last 2 years, the money that we spent, we can submit that?
No, they didn't submit anything, and this just happened. When did 159 happen?
Well, with the